Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be doing the Mount Lunakila hunt and Farfetch hunt. We'll do that in. Oh yeah, just remember that. I need you be going ahead and switching clock forwards more hour. There we go. Very big changes indeed. Will indeed be continuing the hunt for the funny dog indeed from yesterday, and I decided that indeed try to do the Mount Lana Kilo one as well. Try to get it done. Hopefully. Hopefully indeed. There do be chance. When it has not hit the odds yet, so never know, you know. Maybe. Yep, we'll be probably getting into 6.5k today for the Farfetch hunt. If that do be indeed be necessary. Maybe it's not going to be, you know. Yep, we shall see. What's gonna be indeed. Yep, it's straight away a far-fetched there, so I'm gonna quickly encounter it before anything spawns in. And as per usual, trying to get the counts more or less at the same time. And sometimes they do be indeed getting in the different oh, is that one nice? Yeah, sometimes it would indeed be getting out of the what I said, the other one needs to be waiting for longer than the other because just not getting the encounters. First boost the one already. Second encounter of the day. Yeah, indeed we did end up yesterday with the dog, so we can nicely get indeed. We can nicely get indeed the dude showing up there. Let's see how long does it last though. Last. Yes, thank you. Yep. We'll be doing this indeed today. Let's see, of course, for how long things will be lasting. We'll be able to find something quickly on either of the hunts, you know. It do be a possibility. Depending on what do we find in which game, it's will be the question. What will be next then? How long Kila being goal? Wanting to give me any encounters. As I said, I would wish still that the Alola games would be having the auto run nothing. Get the encounters faster. I'm not completely sure does Tauros help, but I mean I assume so. And it could be helping indeed. There we go. Yeah, we shall see. I mean, I will usually do like hop on it anyways. As I said, I'm not completely sure. Does it help, Otto? I mean, sometimes it does. But I'm pretty sure that you should be pressing the B button down though, which is not a thing that I would like to do. Honestly. Can't be bothered with each. Guess it's gonna be quite hard to control then. Unfortunately, indeed. Well, it will be like that, unfortunately, sometimes. But we should be having the same thing as we did have yesterday, so like half-ish hour will be going on with the daylight being anything, and then it should be sunset time. But yep, hopefully everyone is having a day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself in. Nothing too bad. They did cut down the tree, yeah, and I didn't actually wake up to it. It was surprisingly like quiet. And I like went even to the balcony and see like how much noise it's gonna be making, and it didn't like make any noise at all really. Which is nice. Like surely it did, but it wasn't like too loud at the end of the day, which is nice and appreciated, and they will be done with it already, which is quite nice indeed. I know they've like left like maybe like an hour ago or something like that. And honestly, they were not like too much in the way as well, so if you needed to go through there, that wouldn't have been too much of an issue either, which is very nice indeed. There we go. Yeah, the thing to be going to be like that, as it is usually if I'm doing the Mount Lanakila hunt, that I will be saying that if I do be finding something in there, I will probably then just do single hunting, because I don't really have anything that I would like to hunt in there right now, and I just want that hunt to be done. And after that hunt is done, then I'm done with it, you know? Whenever there is gonna be something. That hunt also is quite a one that has been there for a while indeed. It has indeed. It do be like that sometimes with my hunts, that they are so on and off that they can take like a year to complete. They can, it's not too often that's the case. Even though if I'm like doing a hunt on and off, I usually get it done within a year, starting each. Truly, at least I would be getting something. If I'm not getting the thing that I'm looking for, I would at least get something. Like, surely I know that I'm don't hunt that much, but I mean, still a decent amount. Still a decent amount indeed. Just thinking that I don't know. Oh yeah, I can. I was thinking that do I hit 7k today if I don't find today this week? If I don't find anything in Farfetch'd Hunt, then I can. So I was thinking that, well, I guess today I was feeling like doing this, so I was thinking that tomorrow I would be playing some Animal Crossing indeed. And then on Saturday I would be indeed playing a Pokemon, continuing this hunt indeed. Also play on the side Charmander Community Day as well. Since it isn't very early of the month, because there's probably gonna be another one because it's the classic one. There do be, probably. Yeah, what we shall see. We shall see indeed. It's always so unfortunate but nice to see. That do be. Nice to get 2 chicks done, but unfortunately only one of them will be used for the KOing method. Like, if there would be something that I would like to encounter, then of course I would be encountering that first, but I mean, Urban Stuffle. And if worse things happen today, I might need to be going ahead and healing up my Pokemons. Because they do be... Like, I have, after this I have 1 more Pokemon that has power points left. Then I'm out. I need to go ahead and get some more in there indeed. Oh, nice. Going method here, very nice. Checks. And they do be hopefully quick checks indeed. Far-fetched being part of it, you know. You maybe. Still almost running away from me. Oh boy. I mean, honestly, even though I know that I did start up with having the Farfetch there, like at the very start, because I did indeed KO the one from last time. Like, even though I know that, it's very nice to see another, like, quite a nice streak going on already. 30 checks in today, indeed. You'll be loving it. But yeah, I would like to say that we're gonna be fine today. Of course, always wishing that that would be the case, but we can only truly see it at the end. But yeah, as it do be, since today I did start up as more of a regular timing. Of course, the stream is gonna be ending like 1 hour earlier than it was yesterday, because why wouldn't it be? You know. Why wouldn't it be indeed? See if I can start an hour early. I usually end an hour early because just don't see anything going on. Oh, that's unfortunate. KO this dude. I thought I was far enough away from it, but I guess not. That would be the issue. That's why I usually, if I have a one with the aura, I will just be, you know, be having a dude in front that I can run away from the dudes. And this should be cancelling out the... yeah, the extra chance for the Wobbuffet there. There we go, we should be doing quite fine now. And back together again. Nicely. Ooh. That's very nice indeed. Get a Jujubee showing up like that. I don't know why the game wants today to give me a bunch of Farfetch that usually are giving me quite a nice amount of the things that are called another ones afterwards. I said don't mind it, but interesting. It could be that it's showing them now at the start and then never again, you know. Could be. Wouldn't be too surprised because I mean that is how my luck usually is. Like either I'm getting it bunch or I don't get any of them. Yeah, one thing that I would kind of wish though in like Sword and Shield, I know that it has always been the case that, you know, some Pokemon aren't like that easy to get anywhere, you know. They're only really available in one place with a very low encounter rate. As it do be with this Farfetch'd. As it do be. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, it's just sometimes it would be nicer to hunt for the one that you're looking for. Like, yeah, with a better encounter rate, you know. Like, I know there's the chance that you could hunt the Sizzle Bead in the gym, you know. At the same time, like, I don't really know. Like, how many other places there are apart from that. And also, like, if you don't use, like, abilities or anything like that, it's going to be, unfortunately, be the case that we're gonna be struggling getting it to appear, you know. Just a shame. I know that there's a trick that you could do with the the Pokédex recommendation things, which is like nice. But then again, like that's just unfortunate that if you would like to hunt something and you already have the shiny charm and then afterwards you think that you would like to hunt something, then you know you don't get a boost, unfortunately. Which do be very much of a shame indeed. Would wish. Like we could be doing that afterwards as well. I don't know. Maybe there could still be like a daily recommendation for a Pokemon. So I'm pretty sure that there isn't. It's just like, congratulations, you have got everything. Like maybe there could be. Like kind of what swarms were, you know? Like, you know, in certain, like, in some days there's gonna be like a swarm of Pokemon somewhere. Which have now turned into outbreaks. Like something like that. I wouldn't mind it if there would be, because if then... Because it wouldn't necessarily affect your shiny chances, it would just make some Pokemon to be more likely to be there. Which honestly is quite a cool thing, that it is indeed a thing that if you don't have the Pokemon captured, you have a higher chance to find it, you know? That's pretty cool. Because especially with like a rarer Pokemon, it's very nice. Like, I don't know. Ice Cube / Stone's Churner, for example. For those, it would be quite nice indeed. But as I said, it would... Since they already like have the mechanic there, like I don't really see a reason why they couldn't like do kind of like swarms as well. Surely like there was quite a bit of like variation with swarms and like similar things. There were quite a good amount of them indeed. So... yeah, because like some of them did last longer than others. But most what they did was just either increase the Pokemon that was swarming to be there more often, or have that Pokemon to like appear there. There were two like main ones. Oh yeah, one thing that is definitely gonna be very funny indeed. It's going to be that whenever I get to the point in Alola that I get indeed to the point where I will be catching like Miniors, since as I have said I like to collect like the same Pokemon, like different variants. It's going to be fun! Very fun indeed. It's kind of like what I will be doing with, as I said, with Pumpkaboo, that I will be getting like every size of each both for it and its evolution. It's going to be fun. So can I get an encounter please, because there's gonna be a special screen. But not for long. I think I already missed it unfortunately. That's a shame. This is only like the minute before. That do indeed be unfortunate. Yep, yeah, it's gonna be interesting indeed. I think the main file that I will be doing it on will be the like my original shield. That will probably be like the main one. But I don't know, I might bring another Computer Hunch again in October. I mean, like, it doesn't hurt to get it there, you know? Oh yeah, another great thing about being on Toros is that I can do like very small circles if I so choose to. They're not gonna be a problem at all. Because if I would be doing these small circles while I'm just running about, I would be doing circles. So, up next gonna be getting another male Sneasel. One thing, oh yeah, speaking of that was Sneasel and, you know, gender differences, whatever my things, is that I kind of find it odd why does the Hishu and Sneasel have a gender difference? Especially considering that Sneasler doesn't have any. Even though if you ask me, Sneasler would be making quite a bit of sense, you know, to be having a gender difference, because, you know, it still has kind of like the feather thing, you know, like just for the female let it be longer, because I kind of see it also as a hair. Like it very well could be. I wouldn't mind it. It's just this indeed strange sometimes when there is like a Pokemon with a gender difference. And when it does evolve, it like loses it, you know? Just ever so slightly odd, you know? I mean, for some it doesn't like bother me too much, like... One that I'm surprised every single time that doesn't have a gender difference when it's evolved is indeed Gligar. But I mean, I don't mind it. Like, I understand why Gligar has the gender difference as it does. But it doesn't bother me that Gliscor doesn't have the gender difference. Even though I always think that it does. Like, I don't know, for Sneasel into Sneasler, I kind of wish that there would be the gender difference. I continue on with the evolution. Like, I get it why it does have the gender difference, because, you know, regular one does, you know. But still, like, it could be out there, you know. Another Pokemon that I would kind of wish to have a gender difference would be Alolan Trio, though. Just like have a even though it already has like 3 different styles of hair, but have each like even have like female and male variations in each, so there will be even more. And I would kind of like to get again like a Pokemon like Furfrou that has like different forms. Like that they like just it's a Pokemon but it's just like made differently, you know. But we let the the other forms be catchable in the wild and not be just a temporary thing. Yes, I mean that would be kind of cool. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Like I know we have gotten like bunch of Pokemons recently that have like differences in between them. Like not just gender wise but like otherwise as well, but I always like the idea of the same Pokemon, but it's like it can be so many different things. And it's crazy to think about that Spindo was the first thing really to go with that. And I mean, I will say I don't mind Spindo. But then again, I do be liking also more of the Pokemons that do changing more. Like Minior having different colors. And Furfrou having different forms. Unfortunately, as I said, you can't catch them in the wild. It's very nice indeed. That's unfortunate. And just despawn there as well. No. Oh no. Let's see. Oh, it's Relics. Oh, more Farfetch'd, and you're not Farfetch'd colors, unfortunately. Imagine if we would be having like a bakery in a Pokemon region that would be having like wild alchemies and milceries to be there about, like just so you could like see like the, you know, the different patterns to be available in the wild, you know. And I still would absolutely love to see a algorithm form that would be just because it would be a form that you would have just overmixed. It would kind of crazy, but I would absolutely love it. Or maybe just have like a different like branch evolution that would be even like the form that would be like overmixed. Oh, and do a thing with Farfetch'd. Wow, I thought I would have been closer to the other one though. Well, it's okay, I can still KO you and then just wait around and hopefully another one spawns in him. But I mean, the chance would be the same anyway, so it doesn't really bother me at all. Yeah, I guess the chance doesn't change, it just would have been faster, you know? It's the only really benefit of doing that, you know? I only wonder one thing though, is when they are eventually gonna be making like Gen 5 remakes. What are they gonna be doing there to be different from like the original ones? And I wonder which, like I would assume that they would be going from the, you know, the original ones, not the sequels. Like I just wonder what they are gonna be doing differently in there. You know. Just wondering that though. It's like in every remake there has been like different things. As it do be. I will say though that probably the most underwhelming remake, like addition to like new things I can think of, is Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And that's not that the games are bad or anything like that, but it's just in the original ones there already was Kanto region there. Like surely there is like some things added, like Safari Zone for example, which is nice. And of course added the legendaries that were introduced afterwards, or after the generation, you know. And yeah, those is too bad and understandable. It's just like they are like as I said, unfortunately if you ask me, the worst ones there, like adding things from the remakes, because I'm not really like, technically Let's Go would be the worst, but then again they just literally just made almost one-to-one replicate of the first generation. There were no abilities, only just the original Pokemon. and there were Alola forms. Like, surely there was like the Master Trainers and stuff like that. You could find Pokemons in the sky. Apart from that, not really that much added. But then again, if I always think of Gen 1 remakes, I always think of the Gen 3 ones. Because I don't know. Because Let's Go was mainly anyways made because they wanted people that did play Pokemon Go to go to the main series games, you know. Which, I mean, it's understandable. It is indeed understandable. And yeah, the Hoenn remakes, they were fine. I haven't played them. They were nice. And I will say that also the Sinnoh remakes, they also did add quite a good amount of things. Like, they did add the Grand Underground, which is still one of my favorite things, because there's so many... Like, it's so cool to see so many Pokemon in there, you know? It's so cool. And also, like, because they're there, you don't need to be doing... Like, it's easier to isolate things there. And I mean, overall, I do be liking the Grand Underground indeed quite a bit. Encounter you. It's crazy to think about that I'm under 100 in today and I've used over 15 moves. Jeez. As I said, if this keeps coming, like the amount of Farfetch that I see will be continuing today, I will need to go ahead and heal my Pokemons. There's only one more Pokemon left. Also, I wonder what is going to be like the next Pokemon that, like, when you see the Pokemon, it doesn't actually show like the true Pokemon. Oh, thanks. I'm having a good streak. Hope you're having a good day. Because there hasn't actually been like too many Pokemon that like aren't a Pokemon that you see to be the case, you know? Like, there is Wobbuffet and there is Mimikyu. Apart from those two, there really isn't too many others. I mean, you could argue that Wynot is, but I mean, it's just a baby for Wobbuffet. So it makes sense. Soon done with the first 100 checks. Very nice. It is not going as slowly as I thought. I will say that. So I know that it's of course gonna be a little bit slower when I'm doing double hunting. Given the way that the auto game is done. Yep, getting encounters someday. Thank you. Love to see when they do be taking river. Then I can immediately run away from them. Oh boy. One thing I will say though, from the games that do support the, you know, pressing of the screen to like run away from things, I love them because sometimes it's just like, sometimes for me at least it's easier to just press the button on screen instead of like using your whatever methods that you use to navigate to the one option that you want to press. Also, another thing that I love that you can go in newer Pokemon games, you can straight away go to the run. You don't need to scroll through every other option first. It do be lovely. Oh, Swirlix. That's pretty cool. It's like, I don't mind necessarily the ones that you need to go through, like, you need to press, like, usually down and the side, or just go through with every other option first before you can run away, but it's just so much nicer that you can just press up and be ready to run from the Pokemon already. Lovely. I'm gonna do 2 more encounters and I'm gonna be doing a few things and I'll be back quite quickly. Just want to get the first 100 done. One more encounter, then I will be doing a few things and I'll be back shortly. Let's see. Nothing on the first 100. I'll be right back. There we go. Well, that's a nice spot. Do you want to encounter the lava fight? No. Thankfully the dudes did move quickly enough so not another one spawned in before I could indeed be able to get encountered. It's unfortunately that can be happening sometimes indeed. Yep, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. You would be able to find whatever you're looking for. Or at least get something. It would be nice sometimes to get just a face, and I'm afraid that I will be running into that Wobble Fett when I'm getting out of this battle. And if I do, I will say that I'm surprised that I didn't get to the battle already. Just bunch of punching bags. I want punching bags. Of all little guys. Oh. Um. What be happening today? I mean, so far there hasn't been too many Pokemon with the aura. There has been a surprising amount of Farfetch though. I'm now kind of curious to see what is the Farfetch number edge, honestly. How many have I KO'd? Which is... it shows like kind of how many I have seen overall. I would kind of wish though that there would be both the statics for the amount of that you have actually seen and the ones that you have like KO'd, because both will be kind of cool. Because like there was in the Generation 6 games, at least in Noras, there was like the amount that you have seen overall, because that number would be kind of showing you what, like how Dex now works for you for that Pokemon, you know. So I would kind of wish that there would be both stats, honestly. I mean, still nice what we have, but I mean, I wouldn't mind if there would be another another one indeed there. There we go, let's indeed check it out. How many have I KO'd at this point? I mean, that could be the reason why Drifloon is showing so much, but I am pretty sure that it's mostly affecting the ones that are... Oh, okay. Quite close to 1,000 there. But I'm pretty sure that it only affects the dudes that are indeed in the random grass. Not completely certain about it, but like it would make sense why they are so much here. But I mean, I don't really mind it. Yeah, that is a feature that I sometimes forget that is indeed a thing. Because, like, there has never really been a use for me for that. And I have, like, never used that feature for anything, you know? But as I said, it would be kind of nice if there would be swarm thing happening, like, daily on each route. Like, it could be like it's more likely to be. Or you know what, it could be a swarm Pokemon, but it would only work, you know, for the visible encounter. Huh. Also, there has been a lot lately. There's been a lot of dudes lately that are indeed fighting and flying. Considering that it was indeed for quite some time a type combination that wasn't a thing, but well, there is a few of them. It's just interesting how things go like that sometimes. Could you be? Are we suddenly gonna be seeing a bunch of fire and grass types then? Could be. Are we gonna be seeing a firefighting type that it is in the starter? Perhaps? Maybe someday. Maybe someday indeed. And honestly, I would kind of wish to get another water and steel type. Like, I don't mind that it's the only one that we have right now is Empoleon, but I would also wish that it would be for the other ones on the line as well. I mean, I know that Primblob doesn't really scream me per se, but I mean, I would kind of also wish that it would be more of a thing. And honestly, there is quite a good few, like, things that you could be doing with that that are related to, like, especially C. I mean, you could also argue that, there is, like, technically a water steel type that was introduced relatively, like, not too long ago, you know. That is indeed relatively new. But you can't really say that it is, it's just because the ability. And the dude that I'm indeed talking about is Delmise. Because yeah, it is water grass. No, it's water ghost. Oh, it's grass ghost. But I mean, you know, it could be. It could be like so many other typings as well. So that's why it is very nice that it does have an ability for steel worker. But I mean, it would be like, I don't say that it necessarily would need to be a water type, but then again, it would be making sense. And I mean, it's probably ghost type because, you know, thing has come back to life. Which is unfortunately quite an often a thing that is done for ghost types. But I mean, could have been part steel type anyways. But as I said, thankfully with an ability, it does get that indeed. I mean, we could be getting another Pokemon like that, maybe a regional variant that would be water steel type. But then again, I don't know. And honestly, I don't know how many grass and ghost types are they gonna be making, because jeez, there is a bunch of them. And there is gonna be a new one as well. There is so many grass ghost types. I mean, all of them make sense. All this. So yeah. I wonder, is there gonna be another one? The next generation as well. I mean, to be fair though, there wasn't in the base game of Scarlet and Violet, there weren't any grass ghost types. Trying to think of one that there might be, and I'm just not remembering, but I don't think that there is. Yeah, it is also another type combination that is like relatively new, but after like, it was introduced, it's like it has been done quite a few times, you know? So that's why it would be nice to get also like the ones that are like special, to get more of them, you know? The ones that are either for only one evolutionary line or just one Pokemon. Some of those, as I said, for water steel there is indeed Delmas could be getting a regional variant. It would be very easy. Would it be predictable and boring? Probably. I mean, it still work. And then there is like just a bunch of ideas that are already like made. Fans have made them. Imagine if we would be getting a Sunflora evolution at some point. And it would be... It would be indeed be fire or grass fire type. It would be looking like an incredible boss. That would certainly be interesting. Like, what if Sunflora wouldn't be happy? What if it would be angry? Very mean. Aww. Considering the whole evolutionary line, it doesn't really make sense too much, but I... Would also be loving if Sunkern would be more available in the games that it's available in. Like, I understand that it is rare, it makes sense, but jeez. Like, at least in some games it would be more common, because honestly I would have wished that it would have been more common in Scarlet and Violet. Especially considering that there is like a gym. Not necessarily built around it, but its evolution is everywhere, you know? Unfortunately, they aren't the easiest one to find anywhere, but it do be what it do be. So imagine just a field with like flower Pokemon. Oh, that would be nice. Also, how did Sunstones become to be? Because for most of the other stones you could make like a logical one, because like moonstones are from the moon but are sunstones from the sun. Huh. How did sunstones become a thing? Like, I mean, honestly, does like any of the evolutionary stones, do they, like, any of them make too much sense? Not necessarily. But I mean, Sunstone though, because it's kind of the opposite of Moonstone, so you could assume that it would be like gotten another way, or like similar way, as I said, from the sun, but I don't know how much sense that is making. How is Sunstone, I think, because like and also how did, like, if you logically would think about it, why did Leafstone especially work, like, why did you need to work on Leafeon beforehand, or to get Leafeon beforehand? Because usually, like, with breeding, for example, like, the reason why they did have like the special items that they need to be holding in order for to get, like, let's say Munchlax. You need to have a special like held item, so you know it can be happening. Because that would make sense why you couldn't get them before, but then again, is it really necessary? Not really, but I mean, it makes sense that why they couldn't do it before, because they didn't have the item there, but the actual reason is that the Pokemon wasn't introduced yet. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Same with like the evolutions that need to be learning a specific move, like in order to evolve into Mamoswine, they need to be having a certain move. Like, those ones, they make sense because usually the move that they need to, in order for them to evolve, they have just introduced in. And like the same thing again, like, makes sense. And usually, unfortunately, the case is that you can't get the moves without using like special items. Hello there. How are you doing today? Oh, good to hear. Are you planning on hunting today? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. But yeah, that's sometimes a problem with Pokemon because they like introduce things that they need to make somehow make sense why they didn't work beforehand, but then like there is the thing that evolutions make it interesting. No, I don't have Ableton and I'm playing Sword, so Flabble would be the one that I would be getting. If I remember correctly. One thing that I would kind of wish though with the Apple inline would be that since there is a special tree in the DLCs, I would wish that you could be there getting the other games version. Be nice. Yeah. I mean, technically you could be... can you? For some reason I'm thinking that you could be getting them from Dynamax Adventures. I'm pretty sure that you would need to be having another player to be from the other game though. Kind of like what you can do with the bosses, like vice versa exclusive like the bosses. Also love the crit hits there. Yeah, yeah. The evolutions did come and mess things up indeed. Unfortunately. As I said, like, Leaf Stone has been a thing for, like, quite some time in the games already. So, like, it doesn't really make that much sense that wouldn't have been working for Leafeon already. Ice Stone, I kind of get it, why it wouldn't be working like straight away, and the reason is because like Ice Stone was a new thing and Ice Stone was a new thing, and also it only worked for the Alola forms first. Thankfully, then it was expanded for Glaceon as well. Since like after the introduction that you can use them to evolve, I need a special place in order to evolve Pokemon, you know, which is very nice. Because it makes the Pokemons that like require a specific place to evolve. They do be helping with that they are more available for players to use. Because there's not the problem that you need to wait for a very late game area in order to evolve your Pokemon that does require either like a magnetic field or a icy area, you know. It do be nice. Yeah. Just trying to think of another stone that doesn't really make too much sense. And I mean, the other thing as well is with the, you know, the Moonstone and Sunstone thing, is that the other thing is that indeed, like if the Moonstone would have like been in the shape of a moon, it would be making like the Sunstone could be like making a little bit more sense like that indeed. But since it is in the case and why did I KO you, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Because you could be saying something for the Dawnstone and the Shiny Stone. Dawnstone probably is another one that doesn't make the most amount of sense. Especially kind of looking at its counterpart, which is Duskstone, of course. I mean, it's fine. And because most of the stones, of course, are like 4 elements, you know. Some of them do be like that indeed. Also, one thing that I would be kind of wondering, that would it had been a thing if Skitty was introduced in any other generation apart from the only generation that doesn't really have a good day and night cycle. Like it has, but like nothing, you know, changes depending on the time of day. Yeah, I wonder if it would have been indeed introduced in any other generation pretty much. Would it have just been like you need to evolve it at nighttime after a certain amount of levels? Because, I mean, it would have probably been fine with me. Yeah, there is the day and night cycle, as I said, in Generation 3, but I mean it's quite different compared to any other ones. And it's also the problem that, well, it was the problem with the first few games anyways, that if your battery runs dry, you can't really do day and night evolutions nicely. Just indeed a thing that I do be liking, that it's not a thing anymore, and it's also nice that it was like removed fairly early on. As I know that changing the battery sometimes can indeed be a pain, and it's a thing that not a lot of people want to do. And the reason being because you can really mess things up, you know, if you don't know what you're doing. Also, a thing that I like about actually, speaking of like day and night things, a thing that I like about Alola games is that even if you're in the middle of a battle and the time changes enough so there will be like a new background, it will change in mid-battle. I'm kind of surprised that it isn't a thing in like Sword and Shield, because it very well could have been. It was in the like previous generation, you know? It very well could have been a thing, you know? Like, surely nowadays they do be changing in newer Pokemon games, because it like... you don't really switch a scene in order to get into a battle, you know? You do not be going into a different scene at all. I wonder at what point we'll be going to like daytime in Ultramoon. It should be like starting soonish, right? I mean, right now there would be the dusk time. Got a game. So you could be getting your dusk form a Lightning Rug. Indeed. Oh, and I can't get a Pokemon to spawn in. Thank you. Should be nighttime indeed. Unfortunately, didn't get a pretty one. Like in the transition of from nighttime to day or daytime to nighttime. Just find anything during that time. Thing was being mean and nowhere to be found. Dare they be doing that? I'm trying to also think of any other Pokemon that like very well could have been like, you know, time of day evolution instead. I mean, honestly, I like it. I don't mind that the way that you know, we could be getting Sunflora. But another way that we could have indeed been getting Sunflora, and it would have made even sense for the game that it was introduced in. That would have been that we would have been like in a sunny day, like let's say around like noon. Let's say from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Would it be like the time? Like if it would be like sunny. But it would especially work like nowadays since there is like there is like different weather conditions. Also, why did I kill that? Yeah, I mean, like surely it doesn't really make too much sense to like make a stone evolution not to be a stone evolution, but there's like quite a good amount of like workarounds actually around with the stone evolutions. Because fire or stone, well, like some sort of like volcanic area would be like replacing that. Well, leaf stone and ice stone already had a place. And so did kind of have like Thunderstone as well, because some Pokemon that like were originally evolved with the magnetic field, they were switched to Thunderstone. Water is probably one of the most complicated ones. Because, I mean, like, yeah, like it could be any piece of water, but I think more specifically like a certain like spot in the water, maybe underwater could have been. Could be a replacement for Waterstone. Sun and Moonstones just time of day, same with Dawn and Dusk Stones. It could be just time of day things. Shiny Stone is probably one of the hardest ones to do. Get a replacement for. Like, I'm kind of thinking that it mix of like a good friendship and like then tying that to a special place, because most of the shiny stone evolutions are indeed that you need to first have like good friendship and then you can use the shiny stone to evolve them. So like the friendship would already be there. Or it could be that you could be like taking care of them like somehow with a high friendship. Yeah. Just trying to think of any other evolutionary stones that there are. Yeah. I kind of would also wish that there would be a Pokemon in the sometime, like at some point, that would be only evolving if the area is like toxic enough. Sure, like there is like few places already in Pokemon games that could be going for that. I don't remember what the area is in Unova, but there is a place that be feeding in Leech. Would it make too much sense? Probably not, but I mean, So it would be kind of cool. I mean, I know that two people don't like the specific place evolutions. I'm indeed one of them. But I mean, it's also cool to think that what could be replacing. Because honestly, I will say that sometimes I think in Legends Arceus there shouldn't be evolutionary stones. I just don't think that they fit there that much. Because I just think that like evolutionary stones, especially if they have the same like look as they do now, I just think that they are like too futuristic there. It's just a thing with me indeed. Just think that they are like too futuristic to be in such an old game. And maybe like, you know, back in the day they were just like specific place evolutions. Could be indeed. Oh. That was the Stuffle. Jeez. Was one just a moment ago. Seen that one just a moment ago. So one thing that I have like never really seen is that Toxapag's eyes glow in the dark. I mean, they make sense. Like, it's understandable. But it's just a thing that I never thought, because it could be because I don't use Toxapag during, like, you know, nighttime. So, can't really be seeing it, you know. But I mean, you'll be all, of course, liking that there is such a thing indeed. Liking it indeed. I mean, I guess you could technically be seeing them during the daytime as well, but it's gonna be more subtle than it is during like nighttime. Well, of course, because it's usually darker outside when it's nighttime. Also, when they did indeed chop down a tree today, interesting thing about that is just like not too long after they were done with it, it started to rain. So quite a good chiming in their part. Indeed. I mean the rain is like it wasn't too bad honestly. Like especially compared to what it has been on this week already. As I said, I was expecting it to be a lot louder than it was. Like the machine itself. But then again, I didn't know like where they are cutting and what tree. Like I knew that they were doing it in here, but like what tree there is. Like they, as I said, they did say like a specific tree type, but there is so many of that tree type in here, so which one? And like none of them really looked that old. Like that was the reason why they didn't want to cut it down because it was old, but like none of them really looked that old. You fine. But yep, thinking about talking. Oh yeah, since we usually do be buying like a specific brand of eggs, and I don't know why like there were literally none of that when we did go ahead and buy groceries a few days ago. Like there were literally none at all there. I don't know where they. I'm assuming that they were just out of them, which was unfortunate because the other eggs that are sold there, I don't personally like them that much. And we needed to go to buy a like completely different brand as we usually do, of course, since they were out. And I don't know, but they like break very easily. Like you don't need to be putting too much pressure and they are breaking. Considering that usually you can knock them pretty hard and they are not gonna be breaking, but these ones were indeed like that they really wanted to break. And then they did. They did indeed break down. I mean, there was something wrong with it because usually if I'm like, you know, cracking an egg, I'm cracking the egg like somewhere safe anyways, but it was like still a little bit of a surprise. And yeah, we will be looking forward to it very much since we did buy again the like round B from the brand that usually doesn't really go too well with us. It goes bad quicker than the usual brand that we buy. See how well it works this time. Hopefully not getting another another hurting for the stomach after that. Hopefully indeed. Yep. Unfortunately indeed. And like it's also the thing because we for like the both stores because like the other store doesn't have the other stores like name brand there, shockingly. That we do be buying like the cheapest possible because I mean like the taste doesn't usually differ that much, so why bother paying more? Because I actually prefer the taste for this cheaper one with that. Because it just tastes better. It could be because I'm more used to it also, but then again, like, as I said, why bother why bother spending too much money on it? Also, we do be using quite a good amount of spices, so are you really even tasting anything? Anything but the spices there? Also, every single time that like I like spicy food, but I just don't like the spicy food that it's just literally tastes like it's spicy. And like like it really depends on like I usually don't use like I don't eat like spicy things raw because I don't enjoy it. Like adding them to food, you know, but most of the time the things like even though they are technically like too spicy for my liking, they don't really like taste through everything. But every once in a while I do be getting things that like it's the only thing that I can taste. Which is unfortunate for me because I like spicy things, but I don't just like things that just taste spicy. Because for me that just usually tastes bad. I'm hunching Galarian Farfetch'd and anything on Mount Lanakila. Are you funding anything yourself? And how's your day? Yep. Hmm. I don't get shiny swirlix during the far-fetched hunt. I'd definitely be going for it at some point. Jeez, the shiny do be beautiful. Don't mind to get a few of them either. Not that at all. Also, it's funny to see, like, since, you know, these games aren't, like, updated anymore with, like, new stuff. It's Scarlet and Violet, of course, since the newest Pokemon game, you know. It is indeed nice to see that, like, as I said, like, all the past, like, Avenge things, they are now available. The special ones that were only available for a short amount of time, they are again available. Which is indeed very nice. So I guess you're constantly getting a notification that there is a Dynamax or Gigantamax Pokemon in all of the wild areas. I mean, I like that there is like the information there shown, like when you do be going into the main menu. I would kind of wish that you could be also seeing like that when you're also in the map, so you know, remembering what's going on, you know. So let's just say that there's two interesting things going on in the map that day, and then you only remember one of them. And usually what they are saying in there is the like special weathers, like thunderstorms, fogs, whatnot. Which are like nice information to have, because then because they are special weathers and they might not be available all the time, especially if you don't want to be switching your clock forward to specific days. So many Stoffels in there. Jeez. They are one of the most common thing around here, but jeez. I would like them to be not this common though. Oh yeah, it's starting to be daytime there as well, I guess it's... I mean, it makes the sense that it's at, it is in the edge. And 6 waters still. I think it also is the place where I am right now, because I have seen like more of a drastic change. If it is like I'm somewhere else. Like let's say I'm like not on Lanakila. Because I'm on the picture there anyways, whatever the background do be. You don't really see anything at all. And I mean, I know that the change from day to night is much prettier, which I mean makes sense, but be nice as well if it would be showing a little bit of the kind of the sunrise as well. I mean, in some games the sunrise is also quite pretty. I will say that it's just unfortunately not the best looking in my opinion in the Alola games. It's fine. But for example in Shino, in PDSP specifically, it looks quite pretty. But also, it can be a little bit of a shock when you have been playing throughout the night and it's suddenly getting pretty bright. Indeed. It's kind of the same thing that, yes, like, I understand, but also it's so strange looking in Hard Gold and Soul Silver that, of course, like, pretty much in every hour there's gonna be a slight change in the sky, because, you know, it will be working like that, but in the battle, they sometimes are, like, even more drastic. Like playing in the nighttime and it's suddenly is starting to be morning and it's like, what is this green? Again, like nice and like soft transitions indeed. But I mean, I don't mind the ones that are not as smooth. It's just sometimes weird when you're just going through encounters and suddenly it's bright. That's why I like to, indeed, in the times that I'm mostly gonna be at the one time of day. Surely for the hunt in the far-fetched kind. I'm switching to cloak forwards by an hour or two. Because I just probably do like when it's nighttime. And I mean, I will say that for the dudes that are in here, as I said plenty of times, I think nighttime is easier to see the differences. Also, could be that I have been hunting so much on nighttime, so I like the nighttime better. Could be. Definitely not say that that's not a possibility. Hello, Swirls. What are you doing? No. The shiny that I would absolutely love what you get, indeed. Still probably hunting for the uncatchable because I don't know why, but it just seems like a hunt that I would be silly enough to do. I would indeed be. Be loving the silly hunts. Imagine getting two shinies at the same time. Incredible. Final crazy. Would be indeed. First and last liquidation. I need to start another. Use another move. Oh no. I don't know. The thing is that we're soon halfway done with today's encounters. So I'm not completely sure. Will we be good to go without healing much? Cause I mean, I'm having almost like a little over 40 moves, so I could be good. Especially if I don't accidentally try and attack dudes that I don't need to attack. Especially if that is indeed the case. One thing I'm like quite interested in though, since you know, at first it was the case that you couldn't have a generation 1 or 2 Pokemon anywhere but in those games. Since you know things did change quite drastically. Indeed, I just wonder like I know that it's possible to like move them between like the virtual console ones and like get them to home. Like that is indeed a possibility. I'm just wondering like how does like what did they do to get the things working out nicely? As I said, since they did work quite a bit differently between the versions, you know. Also, one thing that is always so interesting to me, I don't know why it is, but it will be, is that there is only one generation on Game Boys. Like, I mean, I don't mind it, it's just strange because there is usually at least... Oh. I mean, you could be making the argument about Game Boys, the original Game Boys, you know. There was a Game Boy Color, and then there was Game Boy. Yeah, it's... Am I confusing myself? It's just like interesting that there was on Generation 3. It's like in... I always see it as its own console, you know? It was only that were on its like own console, and then everything else, like there was in or DS there was its own games, on 3DS there was their own games, you know. It's Game Boy Advance. Like, I guess it's kind of a Game Boy. They were also kind of, they are kind of their own things as well, because it wasn't, of course, impossible to connect between that and the DS games. But also, if you ask me nowadays, it's a little bit of a hassle, you know, considering the fact that, you know, those kind of older consoles, they are not as easy to come by, unfortunately. Which a reasonable price, that is. Which is a shame. I mean, I understand, but you know, sometimes you would just wish, you know. Sometimes you would just wish. Still not pink, Sneasel. Probably Michino is not either. You never fail to me to be pink though, Lovich. Honestly, one thing that would be making Absol even better Pokemon, especially when it's shiny, considering the games that it was originally introduced in, would have been quite nice if it would have had like a slight like blue undertone to the main like fur part, you know. Because then it would have all the like colors. They're like surely like games they are usually anyways colored between red and blue. So like yeah. But I mean, could have been. I mean, I don't mind it like in the eyes. I kind of now that I think about it, I kind of would wish to see a Pokemon that would be having two different colored eyes. And maybe when it's shiny, like it would be changing like something else as well, but also the colors of the eyes would be, you know, switching. Kind of cool. Kind of like what Chogepi Line has going on, like the spots when they are shiny to be switching places, even though it's not the most, you know, incredible things ever. I mean, they do be there, they do be there. Thank you. Also, another cool thing about what if they would have done it to the Absol shiny would have been that what if the eyes would have become like a nice blue, so then the eyes and the body would have like changed colors. as I said, I don't mind the greed, but cool. Stuff over there, doing its things, yelling at me. To do liking to do most of the time, indeed. Being very mean like that. There we go. I'm just wondering, like, I like the bike to be, like, you know, the tool to go around places. But I also just wonder, like, what else could be, like, as cool, because, you know, what we did have on X and Y was pretty cool. But mostly nowadays it's like bikes. Sure, of course, like nice to have only one tool to get across everything, you know. But I just wonder what could we be having? Surely, like, now it's also gonna be quite a bit of Pokemons as well that are used. It's the way of going to places. Yeah, I don't really know. There was at one point, like, it wasn't really in the games though, but there was at one point skateboard was a thing. It wasn't for too long, and as I said, it wasn't really like fully released ever. So I'm pretty sure it was only at like early versions of like Generation 2. Would have been cool, honestly, but understandable. Okay, what else but a bike? I mean, at least the dudes are getting a nice workout. That do be a thing. They do be getting indeed a nice workout indeed. Another far-fetched. Uh, Farfetch'd. Will we be seeing Farfetch'd on the DLC though? I wouldn't mind that. But at the same time, like, don't know really. Should it be there? Or would I mind it? Not really. As I said, it's gonna be coming in Scarlet and Violet. It's definitely gonna be an interesting one to. It's definitely gonna be an interesting one to, you know, shiny hunch. I mean, apart from like the body changing, the leak does change. Not too drastically, but it will be changing. And I don't know why, but I guess because the pictures or the 3D models, whatever my things, are taken from the like the Pokédex, you know? I guess that's why it's looking so like so discolored. Like in the nighttime, definitely Farfetch'd to be looking quite a bit like, you know, the brown is more brown and not like that light brown, like having sun affecting it, you know. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it, it's just it's interesting. I don't know why today I have a headache and it's a little worrying me. So I don't like to have headaches. I'm still quite surprised, honestly. I will say that I have probably talked about this before, but I'm still quite surprised like how many Alola Pokemons since they have been introduced, like they have been having in the future games. Like there is, for example, there is well, Specs in both these games and the next ones afterwards. I mean, as I said, it is indeed a trend sometimes that some Pokemon are like there to stay, you know. And I'm also wondering what they are eating in Paldea. Because they usually like to eat Ursulas. Just wondering what are they gonna be having in there? Or is that the reason why there is no Ursulas? I mean, could be. Could be, but I don't think so that that's the case. I would kind of want to get, just as I said, another Pokemon or regional variant choose Staffel. So I just think that there is a bunch of potential for each. As I said, I do be really liking the Pokemons that are disguised as other Pokemon. Like, imagine if, you know what would be kind of cool? We would be having like a wolf Pokemon that would be dressed up as a sheep, you know, since that has been a thing. Yeah. That would certainly be interesting, to say the least. Would it necessarily make sense? No, but it's Pokemon. Doesn't need to make sense. It makes sense in the Pokemon world. It do be. Boosted Swirlix. Still not having far-fetched colors. What do you mean by that? A 1 mile chocolate dog. I wouldn't mind you getting it at all. Imagine getting a chocolate dog. Couldn't be me. Maybe someday, maybe someday. Definitely want to hunt for you though. I don't know how high in the priority list it's gonna be because I mean I will there's an option in Sinistry Hunt, so how do you know that necessary? Thank you. Is it the case that yeah, I was thinking that I switch place in the I would hope that I would be able to get this stuff out of the way, but I unfortunately also think that it's gonna be in my way anyways. I mean, I can... Oh. Just go around it a little bit, and apparently didn't see me there, and nice. That plane was far away. Because usually if like a plane is like landing in here, it's very loud because even though there really isn't in like place for them nearby, but it's, you know, close enough so if they are indeed landing, they do be quite loud. So it's very funny to all wake up for that sometimes in the night. Love it. And I guess might have gone a different route than usual. I don't know, but certainly was more quite unusual. Also, in my opinion, one like, oh hello. In my opinion, there is like one like feature in PDSB that I think is like very cool, which is that if you use the D-pad, you're gonna be walking. Of course, you can press B. You're like walking normally, and like if you're using the other method to, you know, move about, gonna be running, which is like a very nice feature. Because then you don't need to really care too much about things, you know. But Zen, how are you doing? You're having a good day today. Oh, nice. Where are you gonna be hunting, Scraggy? Scraggy do be having quite a nice shiny. I've heard people say that it's not too good, but because of the evolution is like better. But I mean, yeah, but you could say that with so many Pokemon. And I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, Scraggy is quite a nice one. Like it's not like Scraggy is bad either. Like both are fine. It's just unfortunate that sometimes people say that other Pokemon, they are not as good because the evolution or some on the other line is better. Jeez, could I get something? Thank you. It do be fully daytime there now. The morning chime is called an older moon. It do be. I mean, honestly, I don't really mind either one of the ones in there because, as I said, you don't really see the background there, but I mean, it does still make a difference on the hunt though. Even though, like, it's not as stress-take in that area as it is in some other areas, and especially compared to Sword. It's definitely a bigger difference indeed in here. But I mean, it does brighten up, like, the grass and everything there. Juby. Also, it's again funny to see like people posting about how long time ago certain Pokemon games, like how long ago they were released in. I get it, but at the same time, like I like the way that they usually are made. That do you feel old yet? Kind of way, and I'm like, not really. It could be because I don't know, for Pokemon, it doesn't really work for me like, with Pokemon games. Because they weren't really part of my childhood, so it's harder to think. I'm weird sometimes because sometimes if you say like the year things were introduced in, it hits me. It hits me harder than like if you say something happened so and so years ago. But usually it is indeed for me. Like if I think of the year first and then I think how long time ago the year is or was. That usually works like for me because as I said I don't care that much, and I mean it could be also because I like actually understand how old the games are even though they weren't part of my childhood. Like yeah, I know that like it could be because I'm just thinking it logically that like especially like they are saying that like the what are they, the Gen 3 games did come out 20 years ago, and I'm like yeah, it do be like that indeed. And then I think like I think that yeah, X and Y they are old games. They do be. Even though I still think that I'm just thinking like usually if I'm saying that it's a like relatively new Pokemon, it's just like based on the amount of generations that have been afterwards, not like how long time ago they were introduced in. But I mean, I will say though that some Pokemon, even though you know when they were introduced in some situations they feel like they are from another generation. Because they may have been a little bit more in the games on, for example, the next generation. It do be like that indeed. Anyways. Things do be old. Things do be old indeed. I'm just trying to think like games that could be doing it for me. Like, I mean, I usually like I think not like as a game but as like updates. I do remember at like what part of my life did like certain like Minecraft updates come out pretty well, especially like the before it was like purchased by Microsoft. I should be definitely remembering them. Like those kind of hit me, yes. But it would be interesting that always people trying to make others feel old, but and I'm like, yeah, I know how I know how time works though. I don't know. It could be because I don't like. I very rarely do be getting the feeling that, geez, these things are old, you know. Like in that way, I'm just thinking like, yeah, that is old. That do be quite an old game indeed. One thing that I know that is like strange to me to think about that soon the videos that I did watch like when they were released are gonna be 10 years old. That's weird. Because like those I like remember when they did come out again. It's just weird how things do be like that sometimes. Also, one thing that is a little bit sad to me, actually, about Alola and especially like Mount Lanakila, considering that it's like the outside, like it is like in quite a few parts, you know. So it's kind of unfortunate that there isn't that many like different Pokemon that you can encounter. Considering that, like, Alolan, whatever Alola original variant you will be having is already, like, available in the, like, before you technically enter Mount Lanakila. Which is indeed unfortunate. It do be like that indeed. Because, like, I would kind of wish that there would be more options. Like, I kind of know, like, I know that the Craponable line, like, the evolution is nowhere to be found, and the re-evolution, you know, is in the berries. Right, a bit indeed. So it's kind of unfortunate that, like, they could have been in here, you know? They very well could have been in here to, like, mix up the pool a little bit more. Maybe it should be a little bit more on the interesting side indeed. Also, I don't know why sometimes, like, certain Pokemon, even though they have, like, dual typing, they only feel like, to me, to have only one of the typings. Because, for example, like, I know that why these Toxel lines, like, what is the type combination there? Like, it is electric and poison, or poison and electric, whatever, whichever way it is. But I'm just always thinking that it's a little strange that I always think that is more of as an electric type than a poison type, you know. I just think it more to be in that way, you know. Could be Xenomore, it's electric type. I mean, it could be because it was like the way that I used it. It was mainly used for like all the electric weaknesses, not that much for poison weaknesses, because unfortunately the only place where the poison could be super effective during the main story at the point that you get it is the fairy gym, but they like to carry out quite a bit of psychic type moves. So not the best, unfortunately, in there. It could be that. But I mean, I like design-wise, I see it as both typings, but the way that I have used it, I only see it as a one typing. Strange things. Trying to think of another Pokemon that I think like that. Honestly, it is kind of like the... Yeah, I think like Galarian Yamask is, for me, one of those. Like, surely I understand it's a ghost type, like, but then again, for me, it doesn't really scream ghost type. Like, not as much as like the Unova ones, you know? Definitely not that much. But I mean, it do be there. Let's get the pink punching bag. Definitely pink. Definitely pink. What do you mean by that? It's the most pink punching bag that you have ever seen. That's definitely not blue. Honestly, another color that would have been, in my opinion, working for, like, if it would have been to pink, which is, like, understandable, it's a nice color. Don't mind it, but another color that I would have seen to be fitting for Wobbuffet would have been, like, a nice green. Or like orange, like there's so many colors that could be fitting for a punching bag. Like, I kind of just would have liked to get away from you. Like, it would have been nice if it would have been like the... In that time, there was like bunch of blue Pokemon that do be turning pink or red, depending on like, is it darker or is it a lighter one. So I mean, I wouldn't have mind that. If that would have been the case indeed. I run away. We're not running away from the place. Which the web buttons aren't working too well. Thank you. Lonakila, you were doing so well in the beginning. Why are you being like this now? Why do you be like this now though? I don't like it. A nice amount of encounters there. It's a weird thing because I don't mind if I need to be looking for something in Sword as much as I am minding that I don't get anything in Mount Lanakila. It could be because technically every step that I do be taking on Mount Lanakila, I have the chance to get a Pokemon that I'm encountering, you know? And in here I just need to be waiting sure, like, if I go 2 rounds before finding anything, that surely is unfortunate. It do be. It do be indeed. It's interesting to also think about that there's quite a few. There's quite a few abilities that are indeed going to be increasing the amount of Pokemon that you're seeing. But then there isn't really that many abilities that does the opposite. Like surely like repels for a thing from the beginning anyways. So I mean, for that understandable, but I mean, why couldn't there be like more Pokemons with an ability that would be making the chance of Pokemon showing up less? So there is quite a few ones that will be doing the opposite. And honestly, sometimes I do be forgetting that I have a Pokemon like that because I'm just like, you know, playing through the game, so I don't care. And questioning why I do having why am I having so many encounters? It's just as I said a few days ago with this synchronized thing that I was wondering why all the Pokemon were bald natured, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that I'm leading with the Pokemon with synchronize. It's like I'm not thinking that because I'm just, as I said, running around with the Umbreon. I'm not thinking that it has synchronized. It just has it. Not really anything that you can do for it, unfortunately. I would kind of wish, though, that... What are they? I would kind of wish that we would indeed be having more possible, you know, abilities for the illusions. Like, sure, it's nice to have a synchronize. It makes sense, and it's kind of a nice one to have. With Espeon and Umbreon. I wouldn't also mind if there would be more options. One thing that I think is always would have been interesting that, of course, on lower levels, Pokemon don't get moves that they can hurt themselves with, which makes sense, but especially with baby Pokemon, they could be learning like moves that would be hurting themselves. Because at least with Pichu, it has like Pokédex entries that it can't control itself, you know. So, wouldn't be making sense. But then, of course, it's likely to have moves that do be damaging themselves in higher levels. But then there also is a little wild card there as well. which definitely doesn't have the name of Beldum. Shouldn't be. And its level up moveset is very good. There's so many moves to choose from. It's incredible how many moves there is to choose from there, indeed. And yeah, like, yeah, most of the time they can't really do anything to hurt themselves if they are indeed in low levels. And I mean, for baby Pokemon, it wouldn't actually, in my opinion, hurt that much because first of all, you don't see baby Pokemon too much, and if you do, they are usually like quite low leveled anyways. Like fairly early on to the game, you know. And sure, there is like baby Pokemon that are more of like there's baby Pokemon that are more like baby-like than others. Because like if they wouldn't be like baby Pokemon, I wouldn't think that like Magby and Elekid are baby Pokemon per se. Or something like Smoochum, like understandable that it is indeed a baby Pokemon. But for me, like Magby and Elekid, they don't really scream to be baby Pokemon. Oh, thank you for the follow. I know that like all the baby Pokemon have like certain thing that why they are baby Pokemon, you know? Something that you making sense. Hello there, how are you doing? Sylvia on to the going. My god. There we go. Oh, nice. What are you shiny hunting then? Okay. Well, good luck with that. Like, halfway through the odds then. Hopefully, good luck with that indeed. Is there a reason why are you Masuda? Honestly, like, I know that they aren't that hard to find in the wild. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, good luck with it then. It's a nice Pokemon indeed. It's just I know that a bunch of people don't want to do Masuda method for Pokemons that in quotes they don't need to. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's just this indeed a thing that not everyone likes to do. And still, the only ones that I have hunted in Scarlet and Violet with Masuda have been the starters. Because the only way to get them, and not that interested in completing everything in there indeed, so just personally I'm not that big of a fan of eggs. Do you want to send you want to send it to auras? Because if you want to send it to auras, it's not possible. But if you want to send it from auras, it's possible. Because unfortunately you can't transfer Pokemon back down, you can only move them. Usually up there is the weird case of Switch games. Swablu honestly is again a Pokemon that it is available in quite a good variety of games. Like, I don't mind it, it's just at the same time for me it wouldn't really scream a Pokemon that would be in so many games. It's a weird case that I kind of get Altaria that is in games, but Swablu, not that much. Especially, like, it's weird to me that it isn't... that it isn't just a flying type, but I mean they were kind of afraid of pure flying types, I guess. Because the normal doesn't really make sense on Swablu. Honestly, if you ask me, the whole like Swablu line could have been indeed like just pure flying type. The dragon doesn't really bother me, but they very well could have been because they are basically just clouds. And yeah, it is quite a nice one indeed. I just wonder when they're gonna be making a line that would be just pure flying type. That would also be a regular Pokemon, not a legendary. Because they almost did it with Drugidi. The steel type makes sense, but also it would have been nice to have just a pure flying type, like Pokemon line. Maybe one day. When they stop to be scared about pure flying types. Waiting on that day. But also it's weird that it's still like the first pure flying type was a legendary. I mean, it makes sense. I don't really know like what type they could have added to it, you know? As the other two make sense, the typings that they have. I mean, honestly, it probably would have made more sense for it to be having two flying types there. But I mean, that would have been silly. Look at this Pokemon, it's flying type. But yeah, this is weird. The first pure flying type was indeed a legendary. Huh. Interesting. And I mean, for me, a legendary that I don't really think that deserves it because I don't like the buff cloud dudes anyways. Never been my favorite release and probably never will be. I mean, honestly, I do like the original ones better than the one that they added, so it's just like, it's fine, but why did they? And it's also weird that it is like possible to transfer to mainline games. Let's just use this kind of, but you know, into like new world, like actually like for that Pokemon in like this time. It is indeed a little bit weird. Because, I don't know, it just doesn't really make sense, and now I'm just thinking what will happen when they are making the Gen 5 remakes. Are they gonna be having, first of all, it to be in the game, or is it only transfer only, or is it not even available in those games? I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, it's just, for me, it's just the legendary feel like the Pokemon that it just would have, like, be left in Hishui. Could be because I, just as I said, I don't really like the dudes anyways, and I don't really understand, like, the other ones. Like, they make sense, what they do, what they are, but the newest one, not so much. It's kind of like the complete opposite. What about red cheese? What did they do with red cheese? Like surely there was already like 3 original ones, and then red gigas. Like makes sense. Then there was added the 2 new ones, and then they still made sense because they still like all present like some sort of era. So like they still all make sense. Well, Leridachi Gigas, it doesn't really represent anything but it was the creator of all the 3. Like the original ones at least. So like, yeah, fine. Bunch of boosted stuffles today. I still haven't seen too many Drifloons to be boosted though. Anything else? Even like Magikarps and Goldeen. Drifloon? Nope. Doesn't want to be having the aura. I have seen few of them, but definitely less than the others. Like even today I have been... Have I seen a Minchino? At least I've seen most of the other ones. Not completely sure about Minchino though. So right now I can't remember that I would have seen each. But and where is the Drifloon to be having the aura? Need to be hiding somewhere. Don't know where. Assume there would be actually no. Swore there would be night chime. Funnily enough, the time that it would normally be, but it do be happening a little bit early because I will say to the game that it will be doing it, and it does do it indeed. Yeah, I don't know what stuff will be having like. I know the shiny is not like golden, but I would. What would stuff will be looking like when it is. When it would be. If it would be in a Scarlet and Violet. At least, if nothing else, I would like to think that it will be having a nice fur texture, you know? Yeah. As I said, like, it doesn't really, like... I don't know what the shiny look like, but... would it be, like... still, like, a little bit, like, more reflective? Ducks. Love the ducks. Can you please? Alana, thank you. I don't know, I could be using a Pokemon with like no guard or whatever my things. But also I would like to be able to run away from him pretty. Because the thing is that also I can't be bothered to train a Pokemon up that much. The Pokemon with like no guard, Illuminate or whatever my things would indeed be able to run away from things very easily. Oh, the thing that ghost types and indeed run away from everything. Sure, like smoke ball was a nice thing, but I mean, for those ones like those cases that you're just like running somewhere and accidentally run into Pokemon with either Shadow Tag or Arena Trap, it is a little unfortunate that you kind of need to deal with it. Soon 100 more to go. Then we do be done with today's hunting. I mean, it has been going quite well indeed. As expected. Longer than it usually would be taking, but still a good amount of time. It hasn't been taking as long as it could have been, you know. It could have been taking longer indeed. Indeed appreciative of you running away from things. There we go. I still honestly can't believe the luck that I did have a week ago, though. I did indeed manage to... Literally. What the... Really? That I did indeed manage to get 2 Paradox Pokemon and 2 dogs. It's just, like... insane sometimes. I mean, as it is, I do be seeing more Pokemon in that game that I do be seeing in these games, for example. Still, pretty interesting. And I mean, lately, my luck has been quite nice, indeed. I do. Sometimes the luck is everywhere, and sometimes it do be taking a while to find something that you would like to find, you know. It do. But yeah, I think indeed I will be hitting, or at least I should be able to at least try to hit 7k indeed in the hunt this week for the far-fetched, because I'm indeed probably indeed, if nothing comes up, to do that on Saturday. That hunt indeed. Will probably end up being the case indeed. And then after 7k, probably the next big one to hit would indeed to hit, of course. Double the odds. Because it's not gonna be that far away at that point. Unfortunately, indeed. Just few streams away. I'm doing 500 encounters. I will be doing streams that I will be doing 500 encounters in each. Oh, boosted Vortex again. Jeez. Still looking the usual pink cotton candy. To do. To do indeed. Nothing unfortunately has changed yet. Honestly, one thing I will say that it is quite nice that like how the version exclusive did go, like this game has Swirlix and the other one has Spritzy. Because even though like they are like different enough, but I think that I could see myself like accidentally running into Spritzy or accidentally running into Stuffle more because I'm thinking that it's Spritzy. Because it's just like they are different enough, but like if you're not paying too much attention, just going based on the color, like I could see myself accidentally running into them more. Like, do I mind it? No, I don't. Is it also one that I would be looking for? No. Would you be there though? You do there though. The problem is that I'm starting to run out of moves. Indeed. And of course it would be smart to... Would be smart indeed to KO all the Farfetch'd, but also... It's under 100 encounters to go, so... Also couldn't be bothered to do it. Really depends on how much they want to show up, like... Feel like I run out of the... PowerPoints, like... For the next 10 encounters, I guess. Oh, I barely used Pokeball. So how? Pressed Y and then pressed the button and... thankfully didn't catch it. Oh no, not Slash! For a ghost type! Whatever shall I do? It's using Clash on a ghost type. And it doesn't have an ability that would be letting it to hit it. Honestly, I don't really get why it wouldn't use, like, I don't know, dark type move. I would like to say that it probably would be having a dark type move. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking that I would be, like, I did note that I don't have too many power points left, but at the same time I wasn't really thinking that I would be running out of them today. Of course, as I said, if the game decides that roots are soon gonna be disappearing, then possibility that I'm not gonna be running out. But based on what I have seen, they do want to be... They do want to be here. So I guess I need to go to heal up then. Jeez. Not always paying attention to what I do in there. Accidentally attacking the dudes. Oh, I'm getting an encounter. There we go. Farfetch. Like, I know I did like halfway through the day, more or less. Like, I didn't do that close to beginning, but I'm also quite curious how many of them I have been KOing today, because it's certainly few. They just have been showing up. They just have been showing up indeed. Let's see. Like, I'm wondering just how close. Like 1,050 number battled. I'm just wondering like how close that do be. It's still good, I still have some power points left, so because of going on though. No reason not to see if I can go without healing. No reason at all. I mean, it's 4 more that I can check like that, and of course I will be checking out, even though I can't KO them, I will be checking them out. Yes, I mean, why wouldn't I? It's just, I don't have the most chances, as I said, for the next one to be more likely to be far-fetched. Imagine if there would actually be an ability that would be doing kind of what the KOing method does. It would be just be like increasing the likelihood of the next Pokemon to be the same Pokemon that you just encountered. Kind of cool. It would indeed. Idea why you don't want to be running away there from the Swirlix. You like the Swirlix so much that you don't want to be running away from them. And that would make sense, I guess. It is a very scary looking Pokemon. I think the others did start at the same time. Nice. Always appreciate they do be starting more or less at the same time indeed. Unfortunately, I can't get like the reveal at the same time most of the time because it does require quite a bit of chiming because it does take a while for the Pokemon to show up there in Ultra Moon indeed. It does. So yeah. Do you be like that? Well, that was quite close. Not too bad. And usually not even doing it intentionally, just, you know, trying to get G encounters. Quite nice, quite a nice face. Shh. Hello, Chinchino. Minchino. One of the two. I do feel like in the names for both of them though. One of the names that for me are like fun to say. Love the names that they have. Love the goofy names indeed. It's like I like seeing some of the Generation 9 Pokemon names. I know that some don't like them. This, I mean, understandable, but I mean, they're funny. Well, that's funny little Pokemon. Why be too serious about them? I mean, honestly, there has always been interesting Pokemon names anyways. It's not like it's anything new. It's not like it's anything new. It's gonna be like that. It has been like that, and it's gonna be like that for, I would assume, for quite some time. Because I don't really see it to be changing. Also only have one more PowerPoint after this fight, right? And I need to go ahead and heal up. Which could mean that I'm gonna be going healing up after this anyways. Like after I'm done with this round. If there just would be a far-fetched here, it would even making it better, but unfortunately no. Yep. Let me go ahead and heal up then. Let's go in with just one PowerPoint. It isn't too much. And I guess I can heal up my Pokemons as well because they have lost so much HP. They have indeed. It's insane how much it is. A doobie. Let's try to get that next encounter then, so... Can you do regular shiny hunting indeed? There you go. Yeah, yes, I would have thought that I would be able to get through the day without healing. Because sometimes it's just I don't run into anything far-fetched, that is. Like, I don't need to KO them. But I mean, nice to be lucky with them though. Nice to see a bunch of the targets should be showing up in beach. Love it. Yeah, next time when we do be continuing this hunt, we'll be able to be lucky. Or that lucky as well. Hopefully indeed. A bunch of the target on. Yeah, I definitely want to be checking out, like, we are indeed at the end. Like, what are the numbers? So I would like to say that I'm not gonna be that close to 1100, but maybe 1050 would be like a... I could be quite close to that already, considering the amount of PowerPoints that I did have. I mean, I could be closer to 1100 that I'm thinking. Could be. You never know. Never know. Until you check it out, of course. Yep. Nice 500 encounters today as well. Making good progress. Good progress indeed. Unsures. I mean, as I said, the encounter table in there is quite silly. 30% of two and 20% of other two then. Pretty sure that... Is it apps? Is Sneasel? I don't remember which ones it is, because I'm pretty sure that Sneasel is in the rare group, but Absol would be making sense to be rare, because it is kind of a rare Pokemon. It's one of the kind of the rare Pokemon that has become like more common As the time has come and gone, it has indeed become a little bit more common. Yes, I need to be switching into you. I mean, I technically could be staying with you, but... Oh. Jeez. Did you maybe few circles there? Maybe just a few though, not that many. It's just about like 100 of them before I was lucky enough to get something to show up there. Yep. It has been fun indeed. Not as fast as yesterday, but as I said, I did know it going into this. But I mean, it's probably just gonna be adding like maybe like half an hour extra from like yesterday, which I mean isn't too bad. I mean, I had definitely had more unlucky ones. That both of the games have been very unlucky with the dudes. Definitely. Like, considering everything, not too bad. I mean, decent amount of dudes have been... Decent amount of dudes they have indeed have been there, you know. Your, they certainly have been. Drifloon is still left behind. That's the reason why I haven't even been encountering too many Drifloons during this hunt, because it's not one of the targets that I'm looking for, and not having the aura around it. Yeah. Oh, as I said, Wobbuffet is having surprisingly enough for both it and Drifloon, though. I mean, it could be because I have definitely KO'd more of them than Drifloons, I would like to say, because, I mean, if I just don't have a ghost type in front, I need to KO it anyways. There, unfortunately, is no other way around it, because I unfortunately can be switching out and don't have smoke balls for every Pokemon there. It's a nice one to have. A nice item, honestly, because then you can, like, if you just want to be running around with a low-level Pokemon with an ability, you can just you can just toss the thing. is called Smoke Ball at it, and it'll be fine. Because honestly, sometimes I just can't be bothered to, you know, be leveling up the Pokemons. Even though I might be having a decent amount of like EXP candies. But still, like, just sometimes you can't be bothered, you know. I mean, it also is quite hilarious if you are using like level 50, level 60 area, you're using a level 5 Pokemon with Runaway. It will be quite funny. It's like, I'm a big scary monster, and then you just run away with your Eevee. I'm too fast. Fast indeed. Oh. I thought I was far enough away from you, but I guess not. Being quite a few of those today, but fine. At least you're not a Wobbuffet, so I can just run away from you. That's always a good thing. Honestly, if Wobbuffet wouldn't be psychic type, a typing that I would kind of see with it would be Ghost. Just because of the Shadow Tag. I know that Shadow Tag is a ability that doesn't really happen too often with the dudes that are in the gold. Ghost types, but I would kind of like Siege to be what Ghost type. I mean, that would definitely help with the case that if you're having two if you're having two Wobbuffets facing each other and they both have leftovers, definitely be helping with that. But I mean, that definitely doesn't happen too often. I'm pretty sure in the wild it's impossible. I mean, there might be a case, but honestly, at some point you just are gonna be resetting your game anyways, if it's indeed in the wild. You do be like that indeed. Chino really likes to be in this spot though. I mean, I don't mind it if there would be like every single time that I do be coming here, I mean Chino there, because that would mean that I would be able to get an encounter relatively quickly, even though if I would be needing to run away. For that one. Then it also likes to be replaced by Stuffles. I'm probably gonna be checking out if there is Or what is the third Pokemon in here? For some reason I'm thinking that it's far-fetched. Oh, I just have a feeling. It's a Stuffle. No, it's... It will be... Punching bag. I do be the punching bag indeed. One thing though that I kind of would wish that would be coming back would be the nice like crate that we did have on Generation 2. Because unfortunately it did go like quite quickly away. It wasn't unfortunately here to stay for too long. Which is indeed unfortunate. I mean, I don't say that I don't mind like the shiny that we have nowadays, but I mean, was it great? It was quite nice. Because unfortunately no, or pretty much after the Generation 2 it has been quite a nice white one. Wise little dude. Wise? Wise. Very wise. Very white as well. Oh, that bad. Definitely gonna be hunting that on some point there indeed. There's like certain like interesting ones that I would like to hunt for in like specific games, you know. Said I'm strange with my huntings. I do be very strange indeed. And again, isn't that the fun of shiny hunting that you're doing is doing some very interesting hunts sometimes. Don't make the most amount of sense. I also like the amount of Farfetch that I have seen since I did when Chan healed. There has been quite a lack of them. But I mean, it is just for a CP that I can KO them and have the next one to be more likely to be. You do. Oh, that's a fishing one, I see. Nice. First, I have to check it out. Since it will be posted, and now like every single like spot. I'm not sure about Minchino. Minchino, but maybe, but definitely not seeing a Drifloon to be having an aura today. Everything else has. Oh my. I thought he would have walked a little bit faster, but thought you would have been walking a little bit faster, but sometimes you don't. Just like to chill out. It's just another Stuffle though. This time I'm gonna be running away from. A doobie. Oh. Oh. I don't think that should be the random encounter. Yeah. I think if I would have been need to go a little bit like more like really past Minchino, then I probably would have been indeed running into the thing there. I do be another Swirlix. In the hopes that there would be Farfetch'd, because it do be the case that at least I will be seeing one more Farfetch'd today, because I will try my best to look for one. Never we're gonna be going into the last few ones, of course. Of course, indeed. There we go. One thing that I would kind of wish though with Sword and Shield would be that you know, there's the random encounters and then there is the visible ones. I would kind of wish that if there is the visible ones that they wouldn't be like that commonly found in the like random encounters. And also nice Farfetch'd. And yeah, I would just kind of wish that to be the case, because like it's not that bad all the time, but sometimes I would just wish that, you know, since you can for example see Swirlix here already like relatively often, I would kind of wish that it wouldn't be that common in the grass. And that will also, especially since it's also quite nicely available in Glimboot as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind. It's just like I would wish that if it is indeed shown in the overworld, that it would be like more rarer in the grass. Like they are more likely to, you know, be showing up in the overworld rather than in the grass. Nice amount of Drifloons there, love to siege. See the guy, still no one having the aura though. Still no one having the aura. Now are we gonna be getting like a nice amount of Farfetch'd towards the end? That was kind of what we did have in the beginning as well, so will we Will we be able to do that in the end as well? Nice. Nice indeed. Oh. Seems like we might indeed be able to get a nice amount of them to show up in a row in each. Let's go. Go. It's definitely a decent amount. Will we be able to get the next 10 to be far-fetched as well? Probably not, but it would be kind of cool, honestly, to get the next 10 in a row as well to be far-fetched. Would have been cool, but it would have been quite unlikely though. Yeah, last 10, here we go. Let's see what we can... Let's see what we can find, and as it is per usual in the last few encounters, I will indeed be looking for a Farfetch so we can indeed end on the target. It will indeed. But of course, I will be of course checking out if there is gonna be one with an aura, of course. The case as it has been. But that's why I do be giving myself like few chances to run into those ones first, you know. And then I will be hopefully having enough or amount of time to search for the Farfetched as well. Boba Fett's. Boba Fett's. It is a Pokemon. Definitely. It is a Pokemon that likes to be everywhere. Yeah. As I said, most likely tomorrow I will be playing Animal Crossing, chilling out in there, doing things. But no. What else though? But maybe I'll be spending the whole day there, maybe I'll do something else. Not completely sure. Shall see tomorrow then. I think it's the Stuffle, yeah. It's unfortunate that I don't know why I didn't count for the Minchino there. Because if I'm not looking for it, it would have probably been counting for it, but since Stuffle was there nearby and I was not looking for it, of course it would be counting for each. So that just makes sense. This makes sense. You may or may not be the final one that I will be encountering. Where I have found the Farfetch'd. And hopefully this time I'm not just gonna be running into the Farfetch'd straight away. That is kind of what I was afraid of, but I mean, I can do it. Kind of afraid of that being the case. That I would be having indeed the Stuffle there, but I mean, I don't mind encountering the Stuffle, it's not that bad. It's not the one that I would wish. I'm gonna be waiting. I mean, I'd rather run into the Stuffle because then I don't need to switch the Pokemon. Set the final encounters, but of course we're gonna be doing them first. But yep, let's see the final encounters. What will they be? Just two regular old looking dudes. Yep. Thank you so much for watching us, sticking around though. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. As I said, tomorrow it's Animal Crossing. But until then, bye!